We set out to sea. We move. And embrace the horrors that await us. I see people just getting bodied left and right. Third boss got nerfed. Seems like a real one for sure. Seems like a real one for sure. Let me head on over.
야간 정도는 훈련장에서 스펙한 정보를 직접 시험해보는 것이 좋을 것이야. 눈으로 읽어내린 활자만으론 리오의 기술을 체화하긴 어려운 법이니.
And definitely not gonna miss out on any opportunities in order to get these stamps from remember the last time I did it, I kind of kicked at myself because it was free pulls. Free pulls, Enkefallen, and so on. Plus, the gacha's been pretty much it's been taking lives, it's been claiming bones, however you want to put it. It has been claiming a lot. With no mercy in sight. Like, I've already did my pulls before, and all of them kind of came up with a bust. I even got, like, Wishing Karen Don Quixote. Might as well get this out of the way, too. It's just a kind of scratch of the bad luck. Yeah. Yeah, there's no luck for me. But imagine the people that actually saved up for this collab and still get bodied. Not the greatest feeling to have either. But this is probably the one situation where whaling is actually acceptable. Because once this is gone, it is gone for good. Or at least until they come with a book gok and just miraculously bring it back with different operators instead. So instead of Mylar, Kaltsit, and Rin, I think I'm forgetting what. Oh yeah, Scotty is event. But once we don't have any of those egos, it's gonna be a very funny thing to see the any other operators that might make their rounds if they ever do get a chance to do a rerun of this. But if it's one and done, then womp womp. But we'll see what happens at that point. If luck is on the draw or not. But yeah, I probably am gonna shell out, add to the war chest at least, and just make certain that I could get at least one of them. I know Gregor's is probably the mainstay de facto choice to go for because it's the one that's been doing a lot of damage. It's been bringing up a lot of numbers too. But Hong Lu, haven't heard much about that. Meltdown, got your main oneself. I've heard much of, but I think it's like a very stable one. Meltdown does have its applications here and there too, especially for rupture teams, from what I've heard. Still not gonna dethrone Fluid Sack for what it's worth, but it's still decent enough. It's still decent enough. But the one that people are actually just going up to bat for is definitely Unbrilliant Glory. Definitely without a shred of a doubt. Let me see. No, let me hold off. Now, to preface this, I am not familiar with Arknights. I've only heard about it in passing. But I've heard such great things about its story. Such great things. And there was one other character that probably did get my attention quite a bit. maybe a little bit too down bad for it, but as a snake woman, I'm pretty sure those who have actually played Arknights know who I'm talking about. But if people don't know, oh Hayak. Oh, let her do things to me. Horrible. Horrible. But beside the point, I am pretty much a neophyte to anything in regards to the lore of Arknights. So this is just I wouldn't say it's a brand new foray, but it's still something unique to me. I'm more familiar with like Project Moon stories here and there, so I know what I'm pretty much jumping into on one side, but if there are those that are in the know of Arknights lore and so on, then that'll be pretty helpful too, to kind of ease me into certain things. But I can kind of put context clues together to make sure that I'm properly absorbing the information at hand. And if anything, if there's like some ways I could actually look at the lore or anything else that might help me guide me along in that process, then hey, that might be some extra flavor to the experience too. But the one thing that will definitely stick to the back of my mind is that one April Fool's event. One April Fool's event. And I'm pretty sure that was the catalyst for a lot of things too. And I did make this post on Twitter before, but it's funny how we have gotten to this point. Like, a lot of things in the universe start off as a joke, good or bad. A lot of things do. And ultimately, I have a good feeling that a lot of people are going to have to brace for if there ever comes a point that Blue Archive is going to be the next collaboration. Whether people like it or not, I have a good feeling that because of that April Fool's, it pretty much became Chekhov's gun if this is any sort of evidence of that. That's just one gun. I made a joke that with the previous intervalo. The previous interval was basically Uma Musume, mostly solidified by the fact that we have a horse ID. Way. Or the Wu branch of the Heisho pack. Because we're pretty much training up our candidate to become a better leader. It's a bit more simplistic and is also based on another game that's, I think, is much more popular in more Korean circles, if anything. But I think it was like Princess Maker. But the fact that we kind of leaned into that little training aspect and just having these little matches just serve more narrative purpose too. It really did kind of take the cake there. And we also saw Vergilius as a horse, if that's anything to also kind of add to it too. But we also have that one initialization sequence with the Shao and the AI. I forgot what her name was. Rona? No, not Rona. But basically, the April Fools for the Blue Archive one was you pretty much start up. You pretty much synchronize your identification as a sensei to Shao's network. And it's just touch your finger here. Also making Vergilius look like a I have to, I don't know, man. In some cosmic way, the greatest shitpost to ever exist was that April Fool's. That was it. It was just one big ass shitpost. But it was also, in another kind of way, real recognizing real. Because, think about it for a moment. The biggest gacha game in Japan is Uma Musume. The biggest gacha game in China, well, I can't say that in particular, but as far as like strictly mobile is concerned, Arknights still holds a major pedigree. Someone can still correct me if I'm wrong in that, but as far as like in terms of pedigree, however big Genshin is, Arknights still does hold a huge grasp and a lot of other things that just demands attention no matter what it does. And the biggest gacha game in Korea, in South Korea, is Blue Archive. Because if you have seen like the most recent preview video that they've done, full-on animated cutscenes that looks like it was done by Studio Bones. If that ain't something of a testament, I don't know what else is. But the point is that the fact that April Fool's alone has already kind of opened that particular mirror world is something to behold. And yet here we are. We finally run into this Arknights collab. And I will never unsee Vergilius' face in that April Fool's because of it. Dante! Dante! Are you okay, Dante? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever gonna be a thing, but if we actually do get different dubs for Limbus coming, it's gonna be fucking hilarious. It'll also be a nice little guessing game as to like who's gonna voice who. Dante's gonna get the best voice actor of all, Seiko. But let's embark. Oh, we also have the option of normal and hard mode. More reward from hard mode, if anything, but we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that we're just gonna be going in with our whatchamacallit, our current levels. Maybe I should do normal first and then kind of make my way through hard, or just go balls to the wall. Balls to the wall. Oh. I think I have a better poise unit than this. But if worse comes to worse, we're dealing with Sloth. Sloth and Gloom, so I guess I could probably go Boatworks. as for you, I don't know if I'm gonna be making a big mistake here as well, but full stop, da da da. Crown of Thorns, I don't have that one leveled up too.
다들 연장 챙기죠.
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
Yeah, let's go with that.
어머, 부탁드려요.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
I was exploring a bottom corporation branch when consciousness sinks into the depths. A sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. And we ran into an abnormality, but Saudi told us that Hong Yuan's lobotomy corp branch should be free of it. Any abnormalities. The abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than we'd encountered in our journey so far. And deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere with my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I've thought about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. What a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with terrifying memories of the dream, running me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. Such an indeterminate amount of time had passed. I barely managed to wake myself from the slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was a stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animals here after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So where? I was standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Yukov's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given the city was still full of more unknowns than known to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? I must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? think so. I ran into them earlier and they were looking all over the place for someone with a clock on their head. Wait, how the hell how can you understand me? Wait, how can you understand them? It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock, it does come in handy. Manager Bud! Dante! I'm walking up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face. In the midst of all this, all around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! On Lou! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean. And, I came as fast as I could and oh boy. I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water has finally come in handy. Should get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering the Lobotomy Corporation branch that Si-Chun told us about? Yeah. And we ran into a new abnormality and it got sucked into it before you ever had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Magic Bud. When it came to it, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we're all fine without a scratch. There was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake. Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael is really certain that we're not in District 21. She did concede that we might have been in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what Rabbit-eared ladies there said. The outskirt regions of the Great Lake. I met all kinds of people over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet? It's just that it's a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She's, actually. Would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Emiya, the leader of Rhode Island. Please, just call me Emiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but, thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is. At all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhode Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do. Let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins, probably. Or, maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If the conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the last time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door like in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since the mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I would have really appreciated Faust's input. Where did all the sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends in the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. No, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like a fish out of water too. Man, barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. That crunching noise is still kind of concerning to me, though. I mean, Hohenheim didn't really pay too much attention to that as much. If anything, it was kind of glossed over because he was still going over the power structure, or the power levels of every other center. So we're gonna be seeing the aftermath of just that neglect pretty soon, maybe somewhere close to maybe either Merceau or Faust Kanto. Who knows? But everybody, you can place your bets. See what's gonna happen. If Greg is gonna mutate somewhere. I was gotta be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now? No. Ishmael and Yusang are in the other half. Ishmael and Yusang are the other half of the search party. But we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. You must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Mia's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue the search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about the village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh. Right, you haven't been there yet. I guess a bit's off the beaten path. Well, we're gonna have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, as if she fell into contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I'd like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You help us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They closed their borders and have particularly locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how'd you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Calcit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies have often dispatched their agents for missions. Yes, Rhode Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Mia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there! As we stood about confused, Mia, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind a large, cragged rock formations. But what are we supposed to... Huh? There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as we do. We had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we have a lot of questions to ask. Isan! Ishmael! Dante! You're unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We're all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to the help of Miss Amiya out here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborn Dr. Calcit mentioned? They are sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell a heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. My experience with the thick scent of brine of the Great Lake must have put her in a worrying mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I say the closest comparison I can make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them. So, let's take them out. I've heard horror stories about the Seaborn. But, I think we might as well experience it ourselves. They also do sinking. Oh, that's fun. Oh, nervous impairment. At 30 stag becomes staggered, then take fixed damage equal to 20% of the Ooh, that's gnarly.
피어나라.
There's probably still more coming. Yep, here they are. Now let's build up our terminal a little bit more.
타겟 포착. 1시간. 대전 뒤 명예 그들어서 끄려 아니겠지.
Nice. And then we should be able to brush against these guys. Now we have enough terminal in order to do that.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이요. 다시 못 살게 그들어서 끄려.
And there we go. Oh, they even have the special, Oh, that's a nice little touch of the detail. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us a whole day if the Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at the source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with a palpable alarm. strange people transform. And a head of a clock. And I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Okay, so she's the only one that could actually understand Dante. Everybody else is probably the same way as far as like, what the heck is this clock ticking about? Oh, that's because only us students can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seem to understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but it didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amir that I felt from them. Okay, so that does answer my question. While she can't hear what they're saying, she can at least comprehend what's going through their mind too. So it's just the fact that maybe we're in that kind of territory where Demian and Vergilius kind of treat Dante the same way as far as like interpreting what they could be feeling at the moment. So it's an interesting little perspective to take. Man, I'm so far ahead. Well, I don't think that's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need files to Honolulu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we got the luxury to, I don't think we got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. I don't think we know anyone else. We know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She says she'll help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you as well, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You already helped us plenty. You clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall will be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us, but I do know it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I got the wish from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they're hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of a stronger variance of these creatures being out there. And now it all makes sense as to why Scotty and Ishmael are pretty much connected. Like, I can tell from the way that Scotty speaks, she's very pragmatic. Amia mentions that she's pretty curt, so she is very straight to the point. Just like how Ishmael can be straight to the point too. But I'm pretty sure there's more layers as to why that connection exists, as opposed to say just for superficial reasons and so on. Like they're both at sea, they both are seafaring, da 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 da. It's just more rich texture and detail as far as why the center and the operative are connected. both by ego and by by character detail. Also, whale. Scotty's concern only served the family curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Okay, let me do a little quick something, because I have a feeling that things are gonna get much worse if I don't do that. So you're gonna have to excuse me for a moment. We have the rest of the sinners at our disposal, but I just can't shake the sinking feeling that something bad's gonna happen. You know, it's like new type senses. And we're gonna commit the cardinal sin. Skip.
와일드 헌트야.
Skip.
앞으로.
이제 막 흥이 돋궈주려고
스킵.
했는데
역시 관리자님이십니다.
All right. And dispense. I think I have enough. No, I don't think I have enough shards or thread to do it, but I do have some boxes.
야간조
Plenty of boxes. Let's think. I'm trying to remember what the hell I was trying to do. There we go. Him, but actually, let me think. Yeah, I have enough another threat spin. Before I can yeah. That's one thing I can do. But let's see. There was I think in a particular ego that I needed to or wanted to kind of get touched up. Yeah, funny, I'm gonna be going pretty much against the grain like everybody else is. I know most people have been using burn, but I'm gonna face the music one way or another.
야간 정도는 훈련장에서 습득한 정보를 직접 시험해 보.
I just wish I had Diechi Honglu. I could probably get him now because of the shards. I could. And maybe also a situation of use it or lose it too.
야간 정도는 훈련장에서 습득한 정보를 야간
ID uptie. Yeah, I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances and see if that's gonna be the proper gambit. If not, then so be it. Nice. Alright, now extract and dispense. God, I wish there was actually more ways to actually get the experience tickets, but let's use our uptie 4. Module. Bing, bang, bada boom. We could always go back. We could always go back. And I'm gonna sin again.
야간 정도는 훈련장에서 습득한 정보를 직접 시험해보는 것이 좋을 것이야. 눈으로 읽어내린 활자만으론 리오의 기술을 체화하긴 어려운 법이니.
But it's gonna be the egos that's gonna be my next main concern as far as like upgrading them. Sun Shower, Kozai View, Fell Bullet, 4MF. Well, 4th Match Flatum don't really need to mess around too much. But the base egos, I'm probably gonna have to mess around a bit more. On the principle that having them available is necessary. Why they cause so much threat, I do not know why. But fuck it, we're doing it live. As for Faust, I can probably get Heish. I could get the Jilu. Got 200 thread.
야간 정도는 훈련장에서
Okay, and also throw in wood sack. Nope. A 12 SP for 4 allies. Wait. Yeah. Head to inflict fragile next turn. Alright, let's continue. Next time we're just gonna have to get some more thread too. In the village at a dead lighthouse. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. You don't see these kind of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Oh yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we're entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sails. Against our sails. Ooh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventure like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs, oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of the vessel Mephistopheles, shall never— Stop! Hold on! What do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale him with the most fantastic tale of the adventure of the great Magic Esquire. Verily, last returned with Magic Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Cloghead? Burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcasm with a flaming head. That is not them. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Emilia, from leader of Rhode Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Huh? With us? I believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhode Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Emilia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who was staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we are addressed. To be more precise, by saviors they are referring to only Faust and Altus. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell her lips were drawing a very, very smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh yeah, the Spanish Inquisition. Oh no, what did we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be the scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all curmudgeons. That's STNC and PTSD. We can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depots. Looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire about their whereabouts ere to where we are to decide on lodging. The landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps. I don't recall seeing or learning about this place, about any place that looks like this. Though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that. Fixers of... Oi. Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there is a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. How have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems the power of the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core's energy source. While stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that by merely glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we promise a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch. Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. Really in a different world. Even a Gesselcraft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, as she pulls me by my hems, and whispers in a low voice. The connection to Gesselcraft is currently operating at suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected, at least. Indeed. Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation. Is it a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We've been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet too close to this time. Yet close to this time, unlike the situation back at the warp train. So, to get back where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea. Yes, well, I'm also a genius after all. Oh, I like Faust when she's not actually connected to Gesellcraft, because you see more of herself as addressed in the the Murder in the Warp Express. Also, let me close my blinds. It's a little bit dark outside. Last thing I want is getting visited by the Inquisition too. Whoever they are. And I'm pretty sure anybody in the chat might be able to kind of educate me on who and why the Inquisition are such a feared thing.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
Alright. Mia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. I'll say the dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, what do you think you can wrap up that repair job? As fortune should have it, the majority of most of the time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It should take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. Well, we'll be staying here for a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you the whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest.
I'll register that as a new...
Still, we weren't cold thanks to the vultures kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention, they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's this for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here, and I'll get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss House's efforts at repairing their ship. The service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when they're taking transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? And as for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Roche keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into her food supply when they already had her pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because of the Dietchi ID too. She uses that as like an extra compartment. So, I doubt that would be even possible without Dante being nearby, so I guess she really does have deep pockets and compartments everywhere on her jacket. Nifty. They did offer some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't talking about food from the needy. I ain't taking food from the needy. I need to concern us all this so much of our hospitality. You've done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter the misty humidity. The shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I'm already sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking for just being with a roof over my head ever since like yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but I cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guest suffer that fate. The honored guest? I heard what happened from the four who left in search for the executive manager. First, I'd like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you're a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay on your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist and nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. Know what kind of local delicacies await? Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving might be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much from here. Huh? Going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how the coast are hardly a good place to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. You. Do you understand Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Dante? Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in front of them. Spoke in for them to comprehend the meeting. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhode Island. Will do. Scotty and I alighted before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah. We can probably just pick an unlit building and stay there for the night. Right? We tried best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward. We made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. And from there we rest. Until more sea terrors start showing up. So let me get some water real quick. I do feel my throat starting to become a little scratchy. So I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I got a little something to munch on too. A little Nature Valley, some granola bars. Some water and some granola bar. Nice. Gotta be careful so the rest of it doesn't shotgun all over the keyboard. All right. Walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with a soaking wet firewood, and I had no idea that'd work. You just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience. Unlike some fools I know, I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, or I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer's soup. You're making soup with cookies and oh god, that sounds nightmarish. No. You're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. I'm pretty sure it's something that she made to stave off whatever kind of other hunger she had. But if it's enough in order to have Sinclair mark out with this kind of reaction, then that it must be catastrophically terrible. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser to save the occasion for a safer environment. Right. Don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur Alti if we ever were in a situation like this. Remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at Gate Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Alice cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. Aw, don't be like that, Aldous. There are many that would love your nice home-cooked meals. And seeing you cook them in a naked apron. So, I know where we are at this point. Let's not kid ourselves. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amir? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Calcit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is that odd that might explicate this word distinction? I want to know this too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island is helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. Oh yeah, because the boluses. A horrible experience seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I have seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating into death. It's called oropathy. Mia showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appears to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of a bit of biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it. Something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. His saying began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal's growth on the body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what that problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rhode Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstance for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve your goal. I hope you can achieve that goal. I really do.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list. I'll register that as a new quest.
For truth. This city. This world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world where did you come from? This city? What kind of place is this city, anyway? The kind with too many pointless rules? The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse? Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The center seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely go over unpunished. For somebody who's a good attitude to have, you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place. Full of absurdities. Absurdities and omnipresence. Therefore, it's not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It'll be more correct to experience more. It'll be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn sour, Don Quixote shouted, Oh, I think I'm starting to slip. Don Quixote's shouts shatter through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so do fixes of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Rock the house. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! Huh? And from behind the wall she accidentally broke down. The unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot? You gotta apologize first. I seem a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Pray tell to what? Forget about the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixer just rose up to do what? Oh! Oh! Hast thou come to me here to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know what about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late at an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. That makes the request most untenable. These tales are to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So you had a granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like what you said, well, we didn't see Mayers out there. There wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me. Gramps was worrying over for nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that outsiders pose and everything. Oh, I see. So it goes back to the whole Inquisition thing too. The village has probably been ransacked by Inquisitors so much that they don't trust outsiders that easily too. So that's why the kids are pretty much held inside so they don't get either abducted or indoctrinated. Or if they have any trace of orpathy, exterminated. It seems they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust in your life. So I'd like to know why. My. So there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, then I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are. I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, wait, tell, how did you hear us? Be a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mirrors tapped to the side of a wall, part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. That's soundproofing. I can pretty much hear everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Barely, I see. I think I could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so. Care to regale me with a tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with a tale in which the legendary fixer, the Archmagnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath supposed to killed anyhow for a good night's kip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you think there's some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over it. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. All that grumbling and moaning, he dozed up before any of us did. However, Heathcliff began snoring the moment his head touched the ground. Some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Marcel had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faucely claimed to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Y Association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise. Oh, you are doubting her in the slightest, in an area that you shouldn't be doubting her at all. She could go from sun up to sundown to sun up again. Talk about fixers. She lived and breathed this shit for almost 200 plus years. Locked away in some far corner of P Corp. Do not doubt her power. I'm sorry, just finishing up my granola bar. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventure. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's told with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays which we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're partly true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhode Island can be an oil pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mears and I'd make eye contact. Did she overhear a conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mears excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Altus, boldly before the soldiers that stood in her path. Thou presumest to stand in her path, servants of our master most unworthy. I, Altus, shall educate ye on how man maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the story of how of his company's adventures in Hong Yuan, and Artists who could no longer stand out here these unintentional alterations of the story jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Apparently, certain aspects of the retailing may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventure for you.
New quest on the list.
Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically as it is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or book remained once a profound silence swept through the village. So those are the Inquisitors. So I've always had craving for these kind of stories. But the barrier doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating, contrary to the tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place?
I'll register that as a new quest.
It's still a challenge across the border, especially when we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Nagel and Hammer we saw back in Kal weren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcet, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once the barrier fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of the various cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fie, an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that mess the barrier up. So following their logic, it's apparently okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that the barrier is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier. I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but it didn't seem that strong.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of citizens, of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they're heroes who will bring back the land to its glory days. For the Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze.
I'll register that as a new quest.
Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that's so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know. That's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting low. It's getting late. We'll be repairing the ship tomorrow, too. This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too. After seeing Mares to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seems that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. The struggle is a struggle. Wherever we go. Hold on. vessel massas. Okay, 1, 2.
맡겨두시게.
전가요?
Dummy tickets, so let me do a little bit of extra. We're gonna sin again.
최후의 결투는 아직 멀었어. 축배.
정의, 실현. 역시 관리자님이십니다.
And I'm gonna keep sinning again.
정의, 실현.
자, 잘 해결한 것 같네요. 뭘 더 했어야 했던가요?
Should be sufficient enough once I get a few more.
자, 잘 해결한 것 같네요.
최후의 결투는 아직 멀었어.
But I need enough in order to do like any mirror dungeon stuff too, so I'm gonna have to make use of what I can extract from. Alright, there we go. Like as long as you have sloth and
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
sloth and gloom, that's what matters most.
잠수 준비 끝.
It's so big. Amazing. And there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. I espy her name here. It is called the Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much marred in peculiarity indeed. Only chimed in that he was rather fond with its size being about the same as the boat from his home. Which Mokoki jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it's still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repairs efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take as much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Alice's confident declaration, I couldn't help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sink on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of the vessel, buoyancy gear, propeller, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. Should be safe this time around, right? Are you talking about that rope to climb with the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us to the ship. The stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be so nice? Boy, are you two just gonna faff about it down here? Right out now. No, we're going with you. Ooh, that is a pretty fancy looking ship. I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure shiny as heck in here. I got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated. As Faustin and others were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts. But it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look. Coordinates, updating in real time. The coordinates seem to have been set somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope. No islet there. Ugh! Blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mirrors? Well, did I actually surprise you? I did ask you guys if we could come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Gramps' home. I see.
I'll register that as a new
Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
What's she on about? Somebody is translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements of the village chief alongside information garnered from the exchange with
I'll
mayors.
register that as a new quest.
Hold on, let me turn this off.
I'll register the
Or at least put it on vibrate too so it doesn't make too much noise. It's possible to gauge the significance this ship repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing that bad. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that the subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consists of dried food, and most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed. Hold up, let me take this one. Some villages are armed, and yeah, those sea terrors weren't exactly formidable, but given the state that the villages are in, I doubt they have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed. That brings us to the question of sustenance. Alright, I get what's going on here. So Fel is just being a smartass anyway. But I think most people did kind of take offense for Heathcliff. So it's kind of nice that some people were kind of going up to bat for him, but that at the same time, that kind of protection does doubt his ability to comprehend things in other ways too. So it's 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Nothing on equal footing. Because Heathcliff has shown time and time again that he is aware of certain things, just when it's just explained in such verbose ways that Faust goes about it, it's easy for anybody else to kind of lose track. But since Yisang pretty much explored it in more, I wouldn't say layman's terms, but in more simpler terms, he got it right away. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from their to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing the ship, we're repairing the food supply plant too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, while the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The senators stared at him with mild surprise. This is what I mean. Like, I understand why people took offense to how Faust's little dig, but at the end of the day, Heathcliff knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. He has awareness because he's worked in a syndicate before. And the fact that people downplay that particular fact is also a bit trifling to a degree. Put respect on his name. He's not a scientist for sure, yes, but he knows like certain contextual things that a lot of people will probably just gloss over with such verbiage and verbosity like Faust does. And it's also overcompensating as well. Faust doesn't have access to Gesellcraft, so she's just trying to sound as smart as possible to the point where she is just hiding her weakness. Because it would be very suspicious if she isn't as haughty and arrogant with her knowledge at all, as opposed to now, as opposed to like other times. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dimwitted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown the side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent. He'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. It also kind of goes back to his 7 ID too. The way he goes about his matters is rather blunt, but it is very straight, effective, and efficient. Just like Ishmael too, but it's a bit more refined in a way. Ishmael does have that kind of pragmatism, but it's still rough around the edges with how she kind of approaches things. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... Ugh. I've been too soft on you, haven't I? Boy, get back here! Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Aldous looks away for the usual chaos and asks Mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. That thirst really won't last another year. But the Aegir will. I'm sure they'll come with us, will welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Like mayors or chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have been fallen so low to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there is something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. But maybe there used to be some rich folk, but they call them nest toffs Aegir here. Does that make the rabbit ears last a year too? Wait. In the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does not exist. Though I only saw them in fathoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. Rapists. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans are... excuse me. Humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. People Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race. Like my cultist ears. And I got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir. Though it's not a character every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they were discussing appeared to be Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish a sentence. Marcel stepped in to continue. By context clues, the manner of the word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. Just my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that makes coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. And wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's, well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folk like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in back streets, people who place their body parts as prosthetics. The form differs, yet its essence we find in a thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives is by finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are you're doing a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. Your repairs are almost completed, but an originator has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead. Soon to be the Sea Terror Horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please orders to prepare for battle. Damn it! Are they Sea Terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tell us anything, we should be able to handle this. Namiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can't self-fight, young mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far from possible from the battle. Now let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Right now, is this gonna be a fixed fight or chained?
즐거움.
Yep, chained.
언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다. 그렇게 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요.
피워보지.
Crush him.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
직접 열어드리죠. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일
흐드러졌구려. 다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
No counters yet.
피워보지.
무지하니까 맞는 거야.
저런 훌륭한 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 시원하게 처리하니 저도 보는 맛이 나는군.
Hey, stop fighting.
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Come here.
깨써주마.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
일전
얼얼하지.
흐드러졌구려.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Another one down.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
피워보지.
파괴 완료. 파괴 완료.
Step around a little bit.
흐드러졌구려. 흐드러졌구려.
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
It should be a coup de grace from there.
오작 터뜨려주지.
여기가
옳다.
피어나라.
Nice.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는
Overkill.
찔렀을
다시
Another one gone.
꽤 나쁘지 않은 공격 방식이었어.
선배는
얼얼하지. 정신 못 차릴 거야.
뭐 기본이지.
Time to get little teeth.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건
A
인정할
four more.
걸?
So pretty much killing the rest of these is gonna be easy.
피워보지. 다시 못살게 힘은 없을 것이오.
훌륭한 성과군. 일본 수감자
이곳은
인격배고
그분의
사용자
초상이요.
놀라군.
가까이서
나라도
자세히
그렇게
보겠는가.
했을 테지.
Seaborn exterminated. On to the next stage.
훌륭하군요.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
You can tell that Project Moon has been itching to the trigger to do an Arknights collab for sure. They've been waiting for a long time to just do something like this. It is so damn apparent.
순수했던 나날로.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만
Oh,
저희를
now we got a big guy
이끌어주는
here.
건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명 원하시는 길로 저희를 잘
Unfortunately for this
이끌어주시죠.
one, this is going to be dealing with Royal Guard.
오작 터뜨려주지. 덜어가지.
제법 좋은 일격이.
잘할 거야.
저런 실력 있는
Okay,
해결사가
now we
도시에
stick with that.
많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도
It is still
노력해야겠네요.
no. It's at least hit that.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
써주마.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나. 그들어서 그려 일 처리는
차포자야.
빠르게 하는 편이.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
흐드러졌구려.
Yeah, that's fine.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
But it's still
베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
okay. When in standby state, does not use attack skills until taking damage. When this unit takes damage, it's in standby state. That's his current state so far. Oh, that's evil. That is absolutely evil.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
무지하니까
매일 보아왔는데도
파괴 완료.
감회가 새로워요.
골치 아픈 것들이
And it's still okay. Yeah, this is just a sick ass joke. It is just a one sick joke after another.
피워보지.
And it's probably gonna remain that way until all the other Seaborn are just killed off.
기념할 만한 걸? 덜어가지.
Oh shit!
정신 못 차릴 거야. 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건
Well, I
인정할
guess we're
걸?
doing this.
직접 알게 하니라. 파괴 완료.
옳다.
깨달았나?
남는 거야.
여기 흡속이군.
병력을 서로의
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을
불가피하다면
것이요.
스크를 세우는 것이
다시
좋습니다.
못 살게 구는 일은 없을
That's
것이요.
just slowing killing itself too, but
상태로
oh, that's
싸울
perfect.
생각이에요? 무리입니다.
무리일지 아닐지는 현장에 있는
I saw
사람들이
something on
정하는지야 틀리.
these guys.
피워보지. 이 스며들 듯한 비, 우산이 새지는 않는 있어.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
정전팀 따위 기다리지.
방금 전에는
Alright, just this one.
굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도
Kill,
알고
kill,
할 걸?
kill.
피어나라.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래, 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Okay, now I just gotta really be a bit more careful as to what gets targeted by what. The main entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like a last skirmish. Sea terrors had surrounded the ships and returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. Into their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship, Val? Is the ship okay? Minor damage to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Whew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed around the end of the battle these monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some points during a battle, those monsters realized that it's manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. The movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the church deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, ain't it? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves in other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting of a researcher. But the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. And they can adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mare's eyes left when around home with suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are a phenomenon in which humans transform into monstrous forms. First observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Atlas's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we're standing rather close to her, we all caught onto the hint of her joy in her voice. The pillar of the light in the city. Did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's and obvious. We got a culprit right here. Storyteller has been gabbing with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yeah, I've not gotten that far. You again. Didn't get so lost in your own stories you blabbed about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie. I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amaya stared toward the sea, where the sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. You know, now that I think about it, Mayers does kind of look like Crayon. You know, the one that we met in Miracle 23rd and District 23. Probably the same kind of outfit too. If she's from the outskirts, and that might explain as to why she knows a bit of White Knights and Dark Days, with how her reaction was. Then again, I'm just kind of spitballing. I wonder, which of the two Seaborns are? Their sense of self is really faint. So I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mears, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear of one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we're conversing, Faust descended from the ship and with a neatly organized set of tools brought from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes. The ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I'll prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out at sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay the news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Alright, look, I'm just gonna do something real quick. Just gonna check on something for my brother, so I'll be right back.
교화였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Got lucky enough to be 3 out of 4 of the Avengos. Lucky you! Lucky you, Ragna. And this was all like free to play, right? You had like a bunch of lunacy stocked up, a bunch of tickets. Oh. Now you're in the pit. Oh. So you did kind of well then. I mean, this is probably the best possible condition to actually wail for the egos, for the banners. So I would not blame anybody at all if they spent money on this. Oh, okay. Yeah, so when I said free to play, that's what I meant before. Like, you had tickets, you had some other stuff beforehand. But the refraction rail was probably the biggest boon, considering that they gave you like a crap ton of deca extractions. I, on the other hand, was not so lucky, so I'm probably gonna like drop maybe 100, see if I can actually get something. I will draw blood if it even means getting my hands on these damn egos. I've already drew blood for Wuthering Waves, so there's that. And I don't think I have much of a strong I don't think I have like many teams to really do Refraction Railway 2, so I'm kind of in the hole in that regard too. Got two full done teams by now. Yeah. I need to get that done. I need to get something set up for RR6 anyway, or RR5. Because I could probably run like a burn and bleed or something. But there's that too. Full Hisho with team. Oh. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I hear people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Oh yeah, because of 4,000 roses. That thing. But then again, some people did kind of dare it and use their bleed team anyway and just somehow won it. Somehow. Considering its population, though, that's pretty much the whole village. Yeah, it did too. I mean, it was just overfeeding it, if anything. Give it so much blood that it just starts giving some options to weaken its defenses much faster, and there you have it. Boom. You can kind of like gimmick it to death. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed like in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered a village. Did you really think you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? As a naive dream? That's just Priest Gregor just tanking everything. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charge of suspicions of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you've been identified next to the pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw. What a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here. Now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. I have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They're not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gates of Iberia, and found the southern coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Yeah, because Miracala does kind of also contribute to the Blood Feast too, so it's just a never-ending cycle of just Priest Gregor just beating the ever-going shit out of it. Legit beating the blood out of Miracala. Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finbeast jerky to villages, or carry Aegarians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kalsa told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. I was quietly dragged him to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The students who were right next to me seemed to have picked up on it, though. Executive Manager, we must immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is a standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story, didn't you? You know, oh God. You know, the Inquisitors were working within the law too, and they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'd rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to sail this ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael quickly to learn it in seconds. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Altus. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimension door without any trouble. Also figured out how to trigger Ncorp Yusang and Ryoshu's special interaction. It's like a certain combination of skills, right? Like, she has to be guarding, and he has to have like a certain number of his special resources to trigger that. You. Do you know anything about the sea's currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat, and you can't fight Inquisitor directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. I mean, you just need a skill through. Oh, okay. What should I do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might be able to get we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first and try to convince them. I agree with both. First, let's see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that the translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right. There's no way Ryo would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because other options are pointless. Inquisitor has seen us. We're all under suspicion. She will doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you're doing here, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? Yeah, wearing a clock for a head due to reasons. But they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of where you're from, whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villages to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Why don't tell her just that? 2 days. Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please, let us sit here for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Emir, leader of Rhode Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's closed border situation. If helps going with me as Emir began with confidence, unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we also have illegal entry as well. That's... we had to, because the issue demands urgency, and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhode Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and the chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of interrogation, has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well as to verify whether or not they've committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition. And that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? Now you roll up here, only to go, they shouldn't be alive and I'm arresting them all? What are you saying to these people? That they should be dead or something? I am. There is no other way to cut it. People shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor replies only seeming to fan Heathcliff's wrath. As he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Longwood stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off of me! I had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by talking this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that the people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should be at least suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of their calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive this much through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I am not some crazy person on power who goes around accosting and arresting civilians. Of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have enough time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, which they may be after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor branded her rapier and threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get a feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mary's told us about earlier. I don't think she is like anything like the Inquisitor of Encore we saw back at Calv. Alright, we didn't have a full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending... Mayors? I can answer your questions, so for now let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayors who have been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of that grandfather and the villagers? It's alright, I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitors don't know. The Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mira's response to Aldous was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Different enemy types.
맡겨두시게! 사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves? The profound silence must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, in the cities of Iberia. Then, the Iberians. No one can say a word in the face of an ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the treasure of the deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, to lure the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but, So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante, this isn't good. China seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Iggy who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou was threatening the instant with thy brandishing of a firearm. But most is deduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they with little doubt are foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Fucking take as always, Rodeo slung Mayers over his shoulder and ran past the villagers. All the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws a firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote! Thou shalt not go further. Fix it just a shan't abide by the. Thou shalt go no further. A fixer of justice shan't abide by that as thou persecute them. Forsooth, this is a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before they could irrevocably make us a new enemy, Monterre. Calcit. The large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcit! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcit, Rhode Island's medical department's... Dr. Calcit, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast from the firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed in the night, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the building. That's right, because to explain in this term, the city, or rather the head, has established particular rules and customs on firearms. It's the type of ammunition that is mostly stressed about the most. Because realistically in the city, there should be no form of firearm that should be able to penetrate any kind of wall whatsoever. That's what makes a teleologic bullet so much expensive, because of that particular dancing around the possibility that if it does hit against a wall, the head's gonna be going after your ass. They will go after you. But there's still such a coveted form of ammunition because of the stopping power that provides. So seeing a whole ass cannonball get punched through a whole set of walls and buildings would definitely draw a lot of concern for the sinners that are very well aware of what the head's rules are. Though the walls may be weaker than the head's standard for what counts as a building, a stereo wall, to punch through so many is... what a precise point it makes. Now's not time to be standing around impressed. It's a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos do not apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That's enough discussion for now. So it's all a dream, like in What a Magazine. That much I've heard about, though. But the how is gonna be the interesting part. How did they come across that point? That you don't need to answer. That is for me to figure out. But you don't just walk in and just drop something like that without thinking for a moment. Hey, maybe some people are still like getting through this event, so just be considerate. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Mia's friend, she's her ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too, right? Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calcit, Amia, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So, they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps this village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? Church? Just look at buildings. Where would he even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Mia's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can't hardly believe that young Mears is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisitor or whatever. How do I know you weren't aligned with him the whole time? Let me see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An unexpected outcome, given that all you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there's no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we've mired you into this trouble. All I can say is 2 fights in this... Oh yeah, one of them they actually had to kind of tone down a little bit, mostly on normal. But on hard, which is the mode I'm playing on, that's going to be a bit of a different story. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that our words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we'll take responsibility for what is done. We benefited far too much from your worth and kindness not to do so. The village chief with a benevolent look pulls out a dagger from his cloth, and immediately knew what Kelso was about to say. Take responsibility. Don't look at that Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. Yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop. Yeah, it makes sense for like normal mode, but for hard, it should be what it is. So that I think is largely untouched. Yeah, the unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread. Ambush did not end there. Damn it! The Inquisitor was right? The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Mia, on your left! Mia materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty? Let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell is what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Like Mia and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining that the Inquisitor and Calcid's quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led to the villagers away from the sinners. How did I not notice any hostility or aggression? But another thing to say. Why will we hold any animosity against you? Why will we intend to kill you? We're not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity. It's caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake out a sad wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. What? Your friends are either going to die or turn to Seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die. And the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with it if I turn back the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they fully transformed the Seaborns. The Golden Bill helped me deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with Seaborn transformations. We should kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but, can you kill my friends? Preferably in the least painful way, you know. Oh, sorry, was that last part kind of too much to ask? Killing ourselves are cool. Killing others even cooler. Wait, don't give already. If we bring them back to Rhode Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you? Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just to trust me on this one time, I assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amia, can you understand the outside of speech? Yeah, yes. It's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform the Seaborns. Okay. It almost seemed like Scotty just wanted to do this, dude. Just simple. Okay, and mind you, her weapon is a giant circular saw. That is not anything short of painless to that degree. I may seem to be taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. It's just how you roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with threads of blood. The sensation is what is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, whining in isolation. Is this rewinding us back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than that sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. The wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge of which to interpret this technology. The cause seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds, but that seems too small a price for such great power. The discussion of whether this can be categorized power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, it took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt pay the price of making a mockery of justice. Yeah, look at everybody. Look at everybody. Mostly Roji and Don. Mostly Roji and Don. It's how the kids would say aura farming. Also, let me do this too. Just so everybody else that might have seen that one message on YouTube. Even though I am kind of late to the party, there are other people that are also late to the party as well too. So, just kind of going back and doing some housekeeping. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that you all become fine bloodkins. But alas, that's not meant to be.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Let's see what happens first.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
Come here.
꽤 나쁘지 않은 공격 방식이었어.
Oh, they do no. Oh no.
그걸 한눈에 알아볼 수 있는 거.
뭐 기본이지.
여기 옥석이군.
All right, got 3. We got 3-2.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한
And now we have our win conditions already set.
있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다.
Well, this one.
오작 터뜨려주지.
그대로 져버려. 피어나라.
Almost dead.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Oh. Keep your nasty ass tentacles away.
저도 이렇게 할 수 있을까요?
물론이지. 필립부는 재능이 있다네.
그걸 아는 사람이 매일 쌍화차 신부를 있나 싶어요.
That might be because of paralysis. Actually, oh, that's good.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Nerve impairment. More nerve impairment.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들
Oh, you keep your dirty tentacles away from her too.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
Oh,
정말
no.
강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
We still should try to get rid of the cultists at least. Well, let's see what his passives are. Game 5C turret simulation. Okay, let's keep looking. Abyssal worships heal at 3 SP for every surviving ally. Is using it as remaining shield. After getting hit, inflict 2 stinging against the target. Passive doesn't change. On hit with an unopposed attack, inflict 1 nervous impairment. Oh. So either way, we're still kind of getting hit with nervous impairment regardless.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
얼어가지. 정신 못 차릴 거야.
Oh, not good. Yeah, we hit those.
제법 좋은 일격. 저런 실력 있는 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도 더 노력해야겠네요.
Yeah, let's start killing the rest of these guys. Right of Liberation.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
Come here! More coffins.
옳다.
Come on, you're disappointing me.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다고.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 개념할 만한 걸?
Huh. Okay, we're getting concerningly close to that nervous impairment specialty.
꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
And he 30 gets. Yeah, I'm still kind of like skittish about that. But this is something you can't exactly underestimate either.
피워보지.
How do you? There we go. Oh, now we're at 6.
손을 써뒀나. 주의 깊게
Alright,
살펴.
now they're getting more skills.
아무래도 쉽사리 떨칠 마술은 아닌 모양이다.
Who's still oh, Ishmael. Offset this.
직접 알게 함이라.
직접 열어드리죠.
생각이 단편적이지 않아서 좋고. 방금의 공격이
맞는
정답이었다.
거야.
방금의 감각은 기억해두라고.
Just bring him down to our level now.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서
오, 머리 좋다 상태. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Feeling the pressure, Chief?
정예 이름으로.
이란.
나 때는 저 정도면 기압으로 견뎠는데 요즘 친구들은 허약하고.
또 옛날 이야기네요.
Okay, maybe I could probably get a little bit of dub somewhere.
직접 알게 함이라.
여기가 뱃속이군. 밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하지 않아.
Wait, did someone leave?
관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
No, wait, someone did leave. Yes, someone did leave. An ally center has a defense skill equivalent. The escape battlefield combat start. Oh. Well, that sucks. So, never should I attack this one. Like, I saw it before too, but I just kind of lost myself in the moment.
직접 알게 하니라.
So now one of our best clashers in the situation too. Almost. Ooh, almost.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴데 적합한 조치였습니다.
Just so I want to prove a point. Oh, but I don't have it equipped. But this should also serve its purpose too. Yeah, I wanted to do it. Oh, he's back. But it's only fair for someone that goes against the Inquisition to be at the stake. So this will do. Behold, righteous indignation!
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
I know nothing of Arknights 2. I just only know things in passing. But, it just felt right to do that to someone that was trying to convert all of us into basically their version of the Flood in the sea. He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, they never told them that the ship was appearing, so... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. Ain't surprised that they send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get to the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel? Masas? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. The ship that is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the prepared ship, so we're departing to the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? Exterior. The name. It must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we build a rafting road after them? Hey, come on. The sea is full of terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Emia? Keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had been all premeditated, leaving only mayors.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀
Old man,
상관없다네.
keep your dirty tentacle ways from that magical girl.
바로 그런 것일 테니.
You're just lucky you weren't given a rightful death of being vaporized instead of getting electrocuted at the stake. Alright, but let's change. Here you go. Log it 11 hate. I forgot which team I had, but I think it was either the man deserved worse. Yeah, he could have. He definitely could have. I'm probably gonna do a run of Mirror Dungeon and actually get some more of those samples. Damn it, can't we just make this ship take any ship go after it? Yeah, the Eagles? Unfortunately, no. I was very unlucky. I did my polls beforehand, and the only thing I got was Wishing Karen. Don's Wishing Karen. And I've seen like on Twitter like what the intended poll should be. It's blue. So unfortunately I didn't get any blue reads. Yeah, so I'm more than likely gonna be paying for some lunacy and just try my hand. It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it's a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia at the lighthouses were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean there's some left? I got all in 120. Oh god, that is some good luck. Like, thinking about it now, this collab has definitely netted PJM a lot of money at this rate. It has netted them a lot of money because of the amount of people polling. Like, if I can understand that some people that may have just started the Limbus company to get to this collab, but don't really have anything all situated, more than likely they're going to be paying out of pocket in order to just get the egos, then try to make the progress. But to make so much progress in such a short amount of time is not that feasible unless you're just actively skipping the cantos, which is a disservice to yourself, if anything. You're robbing yourself of enjoying the story. But yeah, more likely than not, they're just pulling for the gacha instead. Then they'll probably do the afterword and just see how far they can go with the story before anything else. Or they can probably just watch other people play the cantos and then just live vicariously through them while having the egos in their possession, because once it's gone, it's gone. The lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Huh? Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet, young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. Magical Limbus for a while, then decided to try it herself, think I hadn't. The agenda shall continue. The agenda must be maintained. I forgot the exact phrase, but without you, it never would have met Don. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, a lot of people have gravitated to like at least 3 characters openly, or maybe 4 or 5. Altus, Don, Sinclair, Ishmael, and in some way Merceau too, oddly enough. The one that seemed to be one that looks like how can I put this? The one that definitely seems to be the clog sync of the group. Oh, right, there's also okay. Maybe it might be just like no, I guess it just varies from person, but I think most of the time it's like people just either thirsting after Altus, Ishmael, Don, I guess Faust too. I mean, well, a good number of the sinners are actually like sought after. Like, remember how everybody just turned Altus into the ideal tomboy military hag for the past probably about a year or so. With enough effort, you can even refire a dying star. Like, it's a very curious experiment as to like figure out how Altus was one of those characters that just immediately got laser focused. On the outside. Maybe because they just saw like eye wrinkles and so much other stuff that they just immediately just beamed her as a hag. Like, I think we already got confirmation that like Ishmael is in her 30s or so. Sinclair is in his 20s. and so on. Dawn is 200 years old. But it also kind of flies into the face of the whole thing. Oh, but she's a 4,000-year-old vampire. She's much older than you think. No, this is a grown-ass woman that's 200 years old. And some change. There's no excuse. Yeah, it's a small, compact, but mostly 200 years old. Twins is considered too young. It is. Well, mostly in the city, that is. But you have to be like in your 20s in order to actually do something feasible in the city too. Otherwise, forget it. Once we saw that Mears was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her with Irene's eye shot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least, not right now. Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's the village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? It's not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material for the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far off from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand the Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what do you feel when you saw Rhode Island's operator? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that in matters of regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door. Rhode Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of a vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have the state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It's quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encounter in the strange land. Like, as far as like which characters kind of drew me into Limbus Company, it was Rodion, Ryoshu, and Ishmael. Mostly Rhodia and Ryoshu. But if I have like a good feeling that if I ever if there ever was a point, I would just love to like listen to Rhodia talk a whole lot. Like Dawn telling her stories would be fun. Rhodia just telling about her escapades of gambling and so on would be fun too. Maybe stealing a few snacks. But she'll probably just dead me in the chest and just call me yeah, 90% about food. Oh, definitely. I'm a foodie too, so I'm in luck. But I was about to say, she would, if I try to steal her food, I'll probably just get decked directly to the chest and just knock out. Yeah, she'll share. She'll share. Lucky is right. Imagine we were all back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle with this mayor's. Please, lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least, it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology is based on its complete divorce from the popular application of organium technology. So I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. And you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses among even those in the city. So we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler task. I want a thing or two about helping out Gramps, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then we should all head to the lighthouse together. No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It's imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, hinges on Amiya and Scotty's remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I'll leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something there? Something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? I like your supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of the Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. There's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally there's hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante the Manager survives. However, do note that the battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress upon the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use the communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence Vessel Moss's retrieval. Righto! Step 1 of the plan is the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is something bothering you? Must you ask? Look how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Send us to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Alice, for the charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we're able to move on to step 2 immediately. Oh, there is no... like, she doesn't really show it. Or rather, she masks it pretty well, but... she is an Olympic level ass kisser when it comes. She's an Olympic level ass kisser. High in the pantheon. No need for a medal. She is already on the torch, just lighting herself as the shining example of how to get in the zenith of the glaze. Oh, like as the moment that she heard that Rhode Island was a pharmaceutical company with a very competent staff, it almost makes you think that she would gladly just sever ties and just go straight with them. If that was the case, she would not hesitate to just join Rhode Island just because of the personnel and maybe the opportunities too. Oh, the art of the glaze, man.
잠수 준비 끝.
After a while carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call the lighthouse guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now, these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who has attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? What are you about to walk into one? Don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? The exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, the interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise. Nope, I will not. I will not. If you love me for my vibes, but not for what I can bring out. No, actually, never mind. Yep, bots, scams, stuff like that. Just trying to like hawk some stuff too. With Miss Faust's expertise, it shouldn't take very long. Saying this just with a smile, but Faust maintained his silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. He answered something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. Currents are pretty wild. Someone's gonna have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. I can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect this ship. Now, you sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the island if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone. Which is why she is okay with staying behind alone. Now this is just kind of reminds me of the that one Key and Peele skit, Obama's anger translator. So it's the inverse of that, where she is like default angry, but she means well. But without Amiya, that would be taken as a bit more of offense as opposed to concern. She's straightforward, to the point. Curt, as Amiya described her. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp. Oh, that one was white. I don't think I could do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull over from the right side, you grab the left end. We'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's coming off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap it into a water form for it to get this open. Oh, what now? The strange flesh tissue is growing on the gates. Sea terror. It reacts to the land, but has grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. What do you plan on sending? Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego that I could use to get through this. So, which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view and devoured my sight. There's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day. I think from time to time. It's not that horrible door I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I'm not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty! Powerful energy crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, a staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer humming a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence become engraved. The son who can wrestle and control this oceanic tide of power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used his ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept this. What? An ego? I nodded quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego, so whatever it is, to me, seems like I actually found a solution. My confusion is short-lived. She allowed carefree laughter before stepping forward, but with twirling a mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내일은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks in the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what? Just what? What was that part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed to a different outfit and equipped with a different personality? Yes, that! Ahem. That is... This is most fascinating. Ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of the Mephistopheles. I think connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just have this feeling that it will work. So I'm appearing in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than the things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand that being this Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience to gain power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Buddies! Absolutely buddies. Holy smokes. Oh! Oh yeah, I definitely gotta make some progress on SRWY. Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante? That's the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. Huh. So that's called ego. Fairly, of course. Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which bloom from within oneself. That's enough. No further information is to be divulged to the outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors or young Amiya learn of this. I agree with the fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and it did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. And it better let her talk her heart out than hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything. I'm convinced. Do as you will then. Power supply almost sounded sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mares anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had to put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors. Past the door. So yes or no? Yes. Which means the only roadblock are the sea terrors that are still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. It's a focus fight too, so we don't really need to worry much about this one.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
피워보지.
얼얼하지? 차포잡이라.
정신 못 차릴 거야.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
와,
나이스.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
여기가
One down.
전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴데.
What's this thing?
적합한 조치였습니다.
It's off? Okay, so it's off at the moment, but the moment that... Wait, how much? Okay, we can actually safely attack. Less damage on the board.
겁나를 내게 붙여주지. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 다시 못살게 그런 일이
Another one crushed.
좋은 일격이.
다시
못살게
다들
도시에
첫 연락을
많아져야 할
시작했을
텐데
때보다
말이야.
정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
무지하니까
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
It's not active yet.
베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸? 오작 터뜨려주지.
Come here. I'll crack his skull wide open.
얼얼하지? 정신 못
옳다.
차릴 거야. 얼얼하지? 파괴 완료.
That's another one gone. At this point I can start building up Tremor too, so
굉장했다고.
I don't need to take this Sea Reaper.
직접 알게 함이야.
Alright, good.
흐드러졌구려 피어나라.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
써주마.
꽤 나쁘지 않은 공격 방식이었어.
선배는
25.
한눈에 알아보시는
Oh, you got something.
뭐 기본이지.
Oh, now we got something. Then see expand towards the sims with each passing turn. 1C territory, 2C territory. Series on top of another C brand at turn end. Take fixed damage equal to 5% HP. Greatly increase nervous impairment stack. The C tears on top of Nazi brand inflicted against sinners. Okay, so it's just gonna keep hitting us with nervous impairment until we actually stop it. Oh. Wait, I'm actually proc the Sea Reaper too. So instead of that, I will do this.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
열어젖힌다.
Oh no! That's what I was afraid of.
골치 아픈 것들이
Well, all bets are off.
조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
피워보지.
And we probably hit it with it. Yes!
흐드러졌구려.
Better result.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
훌륭한 성과군 일반 수감자. 인격 에고 사용 적성이 특히 놀랍군.
이 전투에 명예 따위 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Hey, Roger didn't even use a skill.
주의 깊게 살펴라. 아무래도 쉽사리 떨칠 마수는 아닌 모양이다.
피워보지. 피어나라.
완벽한 한발. 시원한 걸. 깨달았나?
Okay. I gotta see the hand of, the hand is actually deactivated, or activated at a point.
얼얼하지?
정신을 못 차릴 거야. 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸? 꼬작 터뜨려주지.
여기가 흡속이군.
파편 완료.
One gone.
직접 열어드리죠.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 꼬작 터뜨려주지.
No, the right target. Let's see what's beyond that eye of yours.
써주마.
유효하군.
맞는 거야.
흐드러져 끓여 다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
금방 끝내고
어두운
버스로
무지를
돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
And there we go.
친다.
Mission accomplished.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Alright, rough tides. More seaborne. Spike ones that must clash. Attacks designate to close enemy as the main target and select sub-targets from the front. When the top of the sea brand designates the furthest enemy as target and converts all coins to unbreakable. Oh, yeah, this thing's gotta go. This thing has definitely gotta go.
자, 해골 바가지랑 거미 대가리.
이 소리는
자, 맡겨두시게. 기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
주분께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라. 주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
겁나라. 내게 바쳐주지.
Yeah, imagine all that with just
흐드러져
with unblockable coin, unbreakable coins.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할
Way too dangerous to
만한 걸.
leave alone.
여기가 흡속이군.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군.
Like so.
적합한 조치였습니다.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸? 직접 알게 함이라.
제법
Another one
좋은
gone.
실력. 저런 실력 있는 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋군.
노력해요.
Crack that shell open.
써주마.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
겁나
Make sure these things are dead.
받쳐주지.
피어나라.
Not quite.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
이게 다친 지성에
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸? 직접 알게 함이라.
흐드러졌구리.
다들
Alright, good, good.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
두감극
Now we
하나만큼은
got light. Now we got another one of these, so these gotta go.
이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
Yeah, let's rock.
겁나를 내게 받쳐주지.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
가서 완료. 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Well, at least we have cleanup.
직접. 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
25. Oh, there's two of them now.
오자 터뜨려주지. 먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 이 정도쯤이야?
Go, Roomba, go.
열어젖힌다.
얼얼하게 정신 못 차릴 거야.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
야! 아르카나 세이버!
There. Oh.
옳다.
꽤
I'm just pretty much
나쁘지 않은
stockpiling as much of my.
그걸 한눈에 알아보시는.
I think she hasn't.
기본이지.
나이스!
Oh no,
하나
she's
죽였다.
hysteric.
순급 본인은
But she'll be able to kill something at least.
검날 내게 바쳐주지. 이 전투에 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
무지하니까 맞는 거야.
Crushed.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 웬만하면 훌륭하군요.
흐드러졌구려.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
대가리 딱 떼도
Alright, that's one. That's two. That's three.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
Yep, I'm stalling the Reapers. What? I'm not taking no chances with this. We gotta be strategic.
대가리 딱 떼도
으타!
먹어치워라.
병력을 새로 구성해야 하는. 불가피하다면 풀집을 세우는 것이 가장.
여기가 뱃속이군.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 거의 손방망인데?
Perfect.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
사라져라!
Not perfect.
이번 건 얕았군 그래.
영감님도 눈치채셨나 보네.
늙은 몸엔 그만큼 경험이 쌓여 있는 법이지.
피어나라.
열어젖힌다.
왜 죄다
무슨 일 있었던
죽성이지?
건가?
Alright, she's back.
못 볼 꼴이라도 보았나?
This is why I don't auto. This is why. Let's.
대가리 딱 떼도
Yep, I've been kind of like testing my luck.
무지하니까
Good. Go, Roomba, go! Do your thing.
기쁨이란 건 이런
직접
사소한
알게
일에도
한다.
슬며시 따라오나 봐요. 모두가 노력한 덕분에 업무가 일찍 끝날 것 같은 지금처럼 말이에요.
Wouldn't say it was an easy thing, but
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
in fight here, looking boss. Boss number 2 then. The Fabled Knight.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to the Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed the nervous systems paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle it without much trouble. Also, as the control room was unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Faust shared the good news that the repairs will most likely won't take long. Isan was right. Fortunately, the inside was barely damaged. The inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete. We best prepare to leave. And I'm ready to the doctor. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving way! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of a barrier. I sense odds shattering through the ocean's surface. I see odds shattering through the ocean's surface. The sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us once again. As he sang, he noted, I saw a shadow of a dark figure that ruptured through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here and the rest of us will descend to the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll take some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I'd much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends that say he is the last knight. And if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance of stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Good ascension, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayor's. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. And the knight really does look like Artorias in Dark Souls. Wave crests and vomit behind the spear. Spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh boy. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, approaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have been blinked through me as fathoms flash briefly before my eyes. And a seaborn knight wields his great lance against the surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. Knight and the Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy might be a viable solution here. Nice. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. Nice great lands falters without doubt, with doubts. Waves are the only thing that holds any meaning for them.
좋아, 잘 됐네.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
This clashable guard.
오자 터뜨려주지.
Oh yeah, he is the way we're clashing against him, he is an absolute beast.
up.
And he has 8 protect too.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Ugh. Max stack 3, less speed for every whole stack. If this unit has 3 stacks after the skill, and take 20 gloom and 20 SP damage. If this unit did not attack the last night, this expires. Wait, if this unit did not attack the last night, it expires. At least throw something to the wind.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
His protection is starting to get lowered too.
웃어주마! 으쌰!
Okay, so we can have it goes out the ones that actually have
만만치 않겠군! 본인이 하지! 으쌰! 시즌이 지면서確認! 至急対処お願いします!
oh, Yoshi's dead.
退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Tiebreakers I probably do want to focus on a little bit more.
피워보지.
Okay, now I see how this goes. There's like some points in the turn where he does have less protection too. Okay, now Ishmael can go on the defensive. Offset that. using Power Guard too, so
고작 터뜨려주지.
not enough wrath.
피워보지.
Yeah, this is the point where it's most vulnerable.
여기가 엽석이군.
써주마.
피어나라.
Yep, piddly shit.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날 얼마나 비웠겠나.
しっかりしてください。
Alright, he's not cold. Yep, I could probably take this,
고작 터뜨려주지.
피어나라.
Alright, now I got another AoE.
네, 듣고 있어요.
Skill 2. We have enough. Actually, I'm gonna clash with that instead, so... offset that.
피워보지.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 이제 나에겐 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상
사랑으로 정의 이름으로
Shit.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
He's not pulled yet, but I think that might be a better idea to just get everybody else on board too.
피워보지.
Oh, that's it.
요리에 대한 지식은 크게 도움이 안 되나?
본인은 모두를 囚人が退却できませんでした。ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Misery and calamity.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
이런.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
I'll take my chances. Protection's at 4 anyway, so it might be a last-ditch effort.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
부작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날
敵が優
얼마나
勢です。
비웠겠나.
状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
You know what? Let me restart.
Mission failed.
Because now that I understand the gimmick, it's just a matter of just pacing it.
여직 운이 좋았던 것뿐이지. 그저 지금껏 우리가 판 땅이 비옥했던 것뿐.
But just to have a backup, just in case.
이 소리는 폭풍인가?
애도의 시간이군.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at his passives again. Because I know about the cold. Now let me see first. And then you can give me like the abridged.
の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Hive mind. When hit, inflict cold against an attacker once per skill. If the unit has low morale, have the amount of protection gained. Stagger the panic does not gain protection. Fate's favorite child. When the unit takes damage, bring its HP down to 0. Nullify the damage. Unit heal back to 100% and gains a new oh! So there's a second form to this one. Yeah, it's pretty much a war of attrition. It's a back and forth situation. So I think I need to just bring him down to enough SP where his protection is not going to kick in as bad.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the only thing that kind of puts me at odds here is Ryoshi's counter skill. Which I have to kind of carefully maneuver just a little bit so it's not easily tripped. But it's gonna get tripped by that damn AoE. Dodge that. Knight's not the one they nerfed. It's the third boss. I think. But that's only on normal that they nerfed him. I also think.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
정의 이름으로.
Alright, who has cold? I could pull. But it's gonna be a game of chance.
겁나래. 내게 받쳐주지. 여기가 뱃속이군.
아니다, 닥쳐라.
이런.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
What's the least amount of chill? Yeah, since I'm not being targeted yet. I guess I could hazard one. But I can't pull from this one either.
어두운 무지를 열어줬죠.
정의 이름으로.
Oh, she actually survived.
깨달았나?
직접 열어드리죠.
As soon as relentless upon the night begins to slow. Though I don't have anything in common with the night, cold loneliness rides his bellow. The city is under this faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? See what's our hems, giving us no time to answer the question.
지금까지 배워왔던 것들과
天罰カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
It was worth a gamble. Actually, no.
어두운 무지를 열어줬다.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay, now we're back to that state again. Kind of chill out a little bit too.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
No, no, you don't.
먹어 치워라.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
There's a 2.
만만치 않겠군. 오늘이 하지. 야! 아르카나 세이버!
Yes! Just in time.
여기가 흡속이군.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
It's gonna be a risk. But Ryoshi's gonna get unfrozen anyway, so we can take that chance.
딱 대고.
정의 이름으로.
직접
効果的な攻撃でした。探偵さん、なんだか
Yep, it was worth
た
it.
だならぬ気配を感じます。
직접 알게 함이라.
Night rides upon night rides upon the violently whining steed. Lands race skyward. The night races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the night. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency of the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Top of the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. The high-pitched and powerful cry resonates. The night steed is sending out a warning of something. Uh-oh.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
Alright, now let's see his new passives. Wait, there was a way I could actually clash against that mass attack? Or the choice I made.
만만치 않겠군. 언니, 가지.
Oh yeah, now everything he has is unbreakable. Okay. Yeah, now I see what you mean. Now I see what you mean. So he lost that dialogue, essentially.
나도 똑같아. 제압을 성공하지 못한 나는 쓸모없는. 내 머릿속에서 나가. 이 목소리 좀 멈춰줘. 고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
I'm sorry, Don. I'm sorry, Don. Yep, that was Dawn in her Queen of Hatred gear. Hey!
이런 건 모르는데?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, there's one uncontested.
직접 알겠습니다.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the second phase too. Once I get to that point, that is. The best thing is to do is let me feel first, and then if I'm actually in dire need of help, then I can just, oh shit.
피워보지.
깨달았나?
Okay, we got a mark. I can nullify that.
직접 알게 한다.
Ooh, necessary. Alright, stairs up.
皆さん戦闘の準備を。
I'll set that.
대가리 딱 떼고. 사라져라!
Alright, Don's back.
皆さん戦闘の準備を。
One side yard. And just gotta pick carefully. Oh, no one's catching that note. Let's change that so we don't actually have our shit get rocked.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
으타! 더 먹어치워라!
직접 열어드리죠.
Stand our ground pretty well.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。만만치 않겠군. 우리 하지.
여기가 엽석이군.
으쌰!
Two damage. Alright, now we could actually kind of chill it a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ishmael's the only one that's not chilled, along with Where's Yoshua at 2 cold?
홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
Someone can take the risk.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
Take that. Take that.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
직접 알게 함이라. 깨달았나?
히어! 아르카나 세이버! 適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
지금까지 배워왔던
これ
것들과
も作
비교
戦の一環。
쉬웠어.
リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
Try again. Who has a heal that? Oh yes. Only one chill. Offset that. Yoshu I can do, but maybe not at this stretch.
만만치 않겠군. 니 하지.
흐드러졌구려.
Alright, success.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
ドクターのように優れた
지금이다.
式ですね。
대골바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
And Greg. Everybody else can kind of take a bit of a timeout. Damage on the table, yes, but I'm not risking getting everybody frozen too.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
여기가 엽석이군.
効果的な攻撃でした。味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。 만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
피어나라.
아차!
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
All Both are aimed at her.
직접 알게 함이라.
Dodge.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
Alright, good. Presence with you. Okay, so yeah, it's just like Cassetti's second phase too.
피워보지.
Yoshi, please. Stop the nice charge. There we go. Equals to quickly capitalize on his momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from a hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean, slay the ocean.
고맙소.
Clashable.
이런 순간을
Dense
보여줘.
shadow pulls into a lone knight, susurrus of teeming flesh, sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Aren't they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the greater will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountain and charges at us. Hunger brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But not unlike the knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night's sinking. Struggle passage deactivated. The knight's corpus.
평소에 공부해뒀던 거네요.
分抜カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, he takes extra damage now. Alright, now second passives. When the passive Fate's Favorite Child triggers, activate the following Gain bind, and when hit, inflict hold against target once per skill. Vision calamity. Okay. Yeah, so now I can actually kill him. We still gotta abide by the conditions of the fight, though. And I hope to God that Ryoshu. Oh, hold on. Since Dawn's gonna die, I might as well.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지. 고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그는 얼마나 비웃겠나.
정의보다도 큰 자요, 사랑보다 붉은 자요, 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 맹세한다. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스로 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 아르카나 슬레이머!
Oh, Dawn's still alive. Oh, there we go. Oh, tell us about that. Huh. Also, oh, right.
대가리 딱 떼도
피어나라.
Frozen against Saga there.
きます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Oh, now she's hysteric. Which means we could do it again. But we're running into the possible error of corroding.
겁나라. 내게 바쳐주지.
무불화.
아르카나 피츠.
Cool.
부작이 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날 얼마나 비웠겠나.
囚人が死亡.
Alright, now I'm glad we actually have a substitute too. Oh wait, no. Hold on. We block those.
대가리 딱 때려. Almost there. 味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。 고작 터뜨려주지.
Let's take the risk.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
직접 열어드리죠.
피어나라.
Worth it. There we go. There we go. I'm out of rounds. The lab's almost out too. Holding it back for now, but it won't last much longer. No BS. I can't last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does it make? Sounds we're reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes his spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as quick as I begin to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's what do the best. The black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, it's just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon which focused entirely on powerful and Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimiris. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and the countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts is far from all that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first one who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait. No. He's different. He's someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. Someone who can detachedly wield the entirety of the bygone honor is. Yeah. There's just one. I trust you, Gregor. Use as ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? Hey, Magic Bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 순간.
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, leaping through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Maris has completed the repairs. Oh, light returned to his house once more. Silence all. Maris is saying something. Like I just said, Maris was peeking out the window and shouting at. Yeah, it took me a put the brain power and some energy in order to actually deal with the damn night. But that's not the worst of it. Vessel Massa is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moors somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of a distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Calcet immediately. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, whatever charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it. I heard her talk during a battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait! Don't get too close to it! It's too dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote already approached as she could do to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, this is quite a coincidence. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth. A steed most fine indeed. It served me well over countless adventures of mine despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight. Where dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Shar. Mlah. It was not the waves. The waves are darker. More raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important. Yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. The knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. Wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. Why you gotta fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amia raised her voice happily as though she received good news. What? Dr. Calcet? Is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're right done cleaning up the decks and now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist. And based on what Dr. Calcet told us, I think they had already plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great. Let's return to Scotty and join them. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. So I'm gonna have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. You're telling me.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
could take a little bit of a breather, rehydrate a little bit more, and most importantly, just the smell of whatever is in this cup is just kind of unnerving me. So I'll be right back, just taking care of a few things and getting some more water. So hey, talk amongst yourselves and see what's going on. Because that last night fight is just that really did kind of take a bit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you gotta pace the fight as if you're just employing a little bit of strategy. Alright, I'm back. Got yet another snack. And some more water too. Now I feel like my throat's probably not gonna kill me at some point. But I may have to scale back on just doing a little bit of voice work, so I'm just probably gonna chime in from time to time. Unless if I still do feel like some second wind, then there might be a different story. You know, I can still chance it.
순수했던 나날로.
This is the doctor, researcher at Rhode Island. Nice to meet you. When after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhode Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were gonna be more like someone like Yisang Faust or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met that K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. The ticking was just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for coming in, Mia. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amia, actually. We've been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says he would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amia. Sorry, Manager Bud, can't talk human, so... Don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetitions of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marcel put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let's move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to the Limbus company efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Amasis, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who was suspected to be the Bishop of the Deep, and his followers had barricaded themselves inside the bridge control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning in reinforcements from somewhere else. To try to a pincer attack? Something like that. Elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kelton and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid being surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the treasure deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close all of them off. It's true that there are many entry points, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here. Always narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. On a closer look. Looks like commanding officer Otis is finally in our environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. They seemed pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seemed quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. A particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. But even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is, at least. That's what Faust judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask them that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished our discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive. Far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If this is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's gonna update you in real time on where the safe zones are. So please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps, is there someone you'd like for us? Is something you'd like for us to do? No. It's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us the communicator. If there's something you want us to tell him, contact us the communicator anytime. We're gonna find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if negotiations look bleak... Yeah, I know what you mean. Be safe, everyone. Yeah, Doctor is a pretty sick design. A bit more, I wouldn't say, it doesn't seem as ambiguous compared to Dante. But then again, it's also ambiguous in the sense that, hey, it could be anybody. They could be built like a brick shit house, or they could be wearing like equipment on top of them. I mean, they wouldn't have managed to survive their environment without any sort of protective equipment. Leaving Mears behind with her unfinished sentence. We follow the Rhode Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabry is flanked by hooded followers, and Sea Terrors greet us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate that kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are clearly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you spent in Foro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. I wish it's always been the same. Only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Maid, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monsters is only a name. The essence of being changes not regardless of label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. But one day your misunderstandings will end. You will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. Okay, so he has there's a card system. Maybe through the PDA in order to actually... Interesting. What sort of bag of tricks do you have, Dante? It doesn't seem to have finished their preparations as well as the enemy is to the opposite of Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritizes reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. The command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhode Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. My style is, trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. And let's wipe them out. Oh yay, finally. We got the kill order.
이번 의뢰가 끝나면 선배에게 찻집을 같이 가자고 해보려고요.
그건 월세가 해결되면 생각해볼게.
선배님, 언제 오셨어요?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
사랑으로!
피어나라.
꽤 나쁘지 않은 공격 방식이었어.
선배는 그걸 한눈에 알아보시는군요.
뭐 기본이지.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
아, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸?
Coup de grace. We might as well wake the beast up.
어두운 무지를 열어줬죠. 크게 다친 지사에게 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
무지하니까
매일 보아하는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
엽석이군. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
부숴주마!
생각이 단편적이지 않아서 좋군. 방금의 공격이 정답이었다네.
방금의 감각은 기억해두라고.
Alright, Hysteria's kicked in.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh no.
성과군 1번 수감자. 인격 에고 사용 적성이 특히 놀랍군.
As long as you have something to sacrifice.
직접 알게 함이라.
불 속에서
Bitch.
와, 다들 몸에 신기한 걸 두르셨네요.
Get rid of that Sea Reaper.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
사라져라!
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
얼어가지. 정신 못 차릴 거야.
다시 못 살게 그래. 없을 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
Alright.
맞는 거야.
빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답하고. 무쳐 잠들어. 제법 좋은 일격이군. 저런 실력
무슨
있는
일 있었던
해결사가
건가?
도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도 더 노력해야겠네요.
Just in case.
내놓고 있도록.
Alright, that's a Sea Reaper gone. We can pretty much take on the next one that comes in.
무지하니까 맞는 거야.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 좋구나.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그
But this thing
인간을
hasn't
인정할
kicked
걸?
on yet.
만만치 않겠군. 우리 하지.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
맞는 거야.
Next stage.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니
Oh, there he is.
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
Don't sing to your grave, old man.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
변태님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
that's not good.
힘이 생겼군. 매울 건가? 이용하는 것이 상책이겠지만
Oh, here she, I'm here.
매웠을 거다. 그래. 부상자를 챙기지. 직접 알고
Alright.
직접 열어드리죠.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good.
옳다.
찢어 밝혀주마. 무차
Another
참들어.
one for the coffin.
피어나라.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
죽이겠다고 마음먹었다면 저렇게 손속의 자비가 없어야 한다네.
명심하겠습니다, 스승님.
Human fountains might be a better call. Shotgun up.
이 정도쯤이야?
흐드러졌구려.
Alright, got a nice break. Getting dangerously close to that 30.
이런.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
No, let's go for easy pickings.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
야! 아르카나 세이버!
깊게 다친 지성을
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니네.
Oh, you retreated.
좋은 움직임이로구나.
Pussy. Oh no, he's still here. Never mind. He just got reinforcements.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
피어나라.
유효하군.
This is not looking pretty good.
끝내고
I'm
버스로
guessing they're gonna
돌아갈 수
keep coming
있겠다.
until we actually kill him too.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지. 깨서주마.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭.
깨달았나?
직접 열어드리죠.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치? 직접 알게 하느라. 자, 악은 이렇게.
Alright, looking good.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
그들어졌구려.
Explode. Yep. It was really gonna be a fight if it was gonna be a long fight if we didn't kill him. They're pretty persistent. Fabrius flees again, using sea tears and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabrius who's putting in them harm's way to save himself. Sea tears and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way. Entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabrius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live. You're knowing that there's no hope. Running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under this dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approached Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. That those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eat people. Oh. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23's back streets. But I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away if that's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns will let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. It is commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. It isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. time is here. Devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabby. I still got some canned food left for me on the ship. I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Boy. I found a new destination. I'll gain new power from there, then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry. Your flesh will fatten the blood kin of the sea. Eesh. Maris waves her hand and sea terrors climb with the vessels from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Calcit. Is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What's happening? Where the young Mayers? It wasn't Fabius. Mayers is the Bishop of the Deep. Dun dun dun!
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Okay, now we got our 1K, so we can actually get title elegy.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Alright, now let's take a look at a new ego we got. Oh. His teeth, his hair. This'll dance. Ishmael's in the Scotty ego, right? Yeah, it looks nice. Plus, the belly button, the thighs. Like, I'm pretty sure Ishmael would probably think of it just as ridiculous to wear such revealing clothes, but then you have something as form-fitting as a wing beat, and that just throws everything else out the window. Oh no, I understand. I understand greatly. I understand. It's weird that as far as have to be. No, that's not weird. Like if you've been playing the game almost like regularly, you're bound to get like all the IDs of the season. It's just upgrading them is going to be a little bit on the tougher side. So it just makes for that little interesting dynamic at play. Near Gloom Resonance. Well, let's continue our expedition. They've played us. Don't despair. They still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabrice and his cultists already, and even if they were able to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir. Just what do you think your entire time has been... Just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew she was going to say that. She was either going to say it for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. For a reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Boy. What exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that Giza was, right? Turn us into your bloodkin, that it was all for our sake, giving us all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept being seaborn. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us? Shall we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? I was taken aback by the fact that Mears was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mears never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius to attack the Sands directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mears has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse. It was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as the terrifying night continued to assail us walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Aldous repairing the ship. He got greedy? I believe that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite the Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional. Hey, what do you think you're doing? So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition wouldn't be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help people of the city. That's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborn with me to the city. That's not a good idea. Once they realize that you're not human. Well, I think she might actually be able to do it. Because she looks human enough. Until the elf ears kind of like give it away. Don't tell me. You're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then? As the monsters begin to move. This is an automated sailing program? The vessel monsters will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhode Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined that it is indeed a dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light, and the voice from within is getting clear. Oh, no. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate that the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? In Hong Yuan, we've seen what happens when sleeping sentient non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible for it once dust settles. Yet, it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability as we saw in the memories of the Kong Massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Remember Nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to become a Star City level threat. There's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impurity Civil. That bad? Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be able to. They should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Kelsey shook her head resolutely. No. The technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Organium arts nor any of its derived technology. That's precisely what can make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines in the war against Seaborns suddenly stuck to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. And can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn the trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there'll be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backseat syndicates or fixers get involved, as the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she's been saying. Yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns? What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either. What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from the Church of the Deep. You know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Hey, what's good, Seiko? How's it going? How's it going? My words are starting to come out into salad. I've done this for like roughly 6 hours or so, and I've took some breaks too. But I know for a fact I'm gonna have to hit the hay the moment that we get to that point. Hold on. Because someone showered the city with light. The light. The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a greater world called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form. By the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their senses of selves when they become Seaborn. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible. They might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborn, when one could simply learn more of that light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to be a better evolution, But Don Quixote's tales of adventure changed my mind. My adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you? When you were born into that kind of world from the very start. A place where life has become a commodity and one gold one is... where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today. And by doing so, it has given up on its tomorrows. Just as it needed that light, the city needs seaborns. No, they do not. You lunatic. But you know what? The knight was probably sent there to the lighthouse to probably confirm something to mayors. That there are seaborns with wills of their own rather than being part of the hive mind. Seeing how it tried to resist the hive mind too, it just only got bogged down to return to the sea once more. But her case study has already been put into picture. It needs a tenacious hold to life and the absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn to monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me. Something that feels alien to me. Something that I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural because seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross the threshold once. Miss Mayors, they believe the nature of humanity to be evil. Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields of Rhode Island and has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But it's still a fight, it's still all getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should continue. I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who else was sacrificed while taking your time? Taking those incremental steps. Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in far-flung future, even on the day of the world ends, they'll continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those other... She Loki spitting. She Loki spitting. But this is also like Carmen talking too. But it's kind of hard to say that Carmen's intentions are evil than they are benign. It's just the way that she goes about it is more of like a Lucifer role rather than a devil. She seeks salvation for all those who are trapped within their own minds. Hence the light. It's just that the results that come from it are more devilish in nature. But Carmen, after all that she's been through and practically cast out of whatever heaven that she had, wants to give heaven to those who are looking for it. Even if it comes to the cost of their humanity and their minds too. So it's not entirely evil per se. It's just the result of it ends up being evil in more of a naturalistic way rather than philosophical. Because what's kind of spawned this whole thing in my head was seeing like a post of people calling Carmen evil, an evil mastermind, when in fact, no. That was not really much of the case. Because we've seen it time and time again. The people that have distorted all had some form of resentment or some form of hang-up that made it easier for them to succumb to that idea of their own heaven. The heaven that she gave came at a cost. Their humanity. We had Heathcliff distort because he succumbed to a very heightened emotion of resentment. And the heaven that was promised to him was just merely accepting that. But he became more of a beast and a man than he ever would. But what Mayers is saying, it also kind of bites us in the ass in the real world too. How many people nowadays think about their futures? With any kind of hope in their eyes. Looking for an enemy instead rather than a goal, a purpose in life. Instead, they're just looking for enemies to like justify the terrible things they can say or do. They're held back by nostalgia, they're held down by the present, and they can't even fathom what the future holds for them because they don't really see with those blinders on them. So, at the end of the day, they can't see anything at all other than darkness. And it warps them. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when oropathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others without perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from this absurdity. Nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. You can't pull this whole Tomino new type understanding bullshit and just hope for us to actually accept it when it involves turning everybody into a hive mind. And the bells are tolling. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It's possible that she had already met the conditions to FOS. A possible explanation would have been the absence of a particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Mrs. Mayers? Is the proximity to the dimensional to increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seemed to indicate that. Wait. Can people in other worlds, Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity. regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Boss is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effervesce an ego implies the potential to distort as well.
You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors. Drawing your own pictures of an idealized world. And yet, you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself?
I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful. There's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want.
You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble. That you might lose your own sense of self. Your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will.
Isn't it terrifying? That this hope can just disappear in a blink. Who's she talking to? Oh, baby, what is you doing? You're about to see something terrible. Might as well put the blinders on because it's gonna get messy. Is this something Limbus Company has experience with it as well? If so, I appreciate an explanation. He knows it all too well. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and the ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distorted would oft behave as though they were engaged in conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm, so warm. Yet, no. There's more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine?
You don't share your interests with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be.
Right. We have to be more about than just prolonging our own existences. What really matters is survival that will leave behind for posterity, a legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborns.
Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mr. Mayors.
But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them.
But that's not what you really believe, is it? You're not better than anyone else. Why you hesitate? Countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle continue to suffer.
That may be true, but
It's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart. It's colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city. And then Terra.
Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operators are unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, the strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though stopping us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world.
Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk in the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering.
No. I...
You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better past, less suffering, before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. There's no recourse. It has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let them show the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless.
I understand the shape of your heart. What makes you want to enter that city? We still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire underneath your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the student had the chance to translate my words, Mary slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words.
But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales. I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends. But that's not enough.
You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future, an incandescent brilliant light burst forth from before Mayor's. Past the light I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where'd it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's department especially begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're gonna need your assistance. Doctor? Dr. Calcett? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want to just turn our backs on people who can help. Rhode Island? Accept Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. We're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled by solely by outsiders. Let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a Dungeon of Fathoms. We'll be fine. Yeah, I think that was the case with Zeke Shun. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Camille will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. into the dungeon we go. But I'm gonna be saving this for most likely the well, when I wake up, because quite honestly, I don't want to be staying up too late and just end up making myself more tired. So the first thing in the morning, I'm probably gonna be popping up a stream of this. So we'll get to that point eventually. As it stands right now, we have a major fight ahead of us, and I want a fresh mind and body in order to like actually approach it properly instead of just brute forcing and just feeling tired and just being too fatigued. But we can do one last thing in order to kind of spare ourselves the brain power, and that's gamble. We're gonna gamble, baby. We're making poor choices in our lives. Let's go gambling!
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Thank you, but that's not what I needed. But that's still pretty nice, though. $80, right? Yeah, we'll take care of that in the morning. Yeah, we'll take care of that in the morning. I mean, cowards live longer, right? We need to amass the war chest. It is of great importance. But I'm gonna wrap it up here. Thanks everybody for watching on by. We had a wonderful time in watching, listening, and all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys, gals, and pals sometime in the morning. Whether I do it either after breakfast or whatever, I'll do it.